The first thing the town saw was the notice nailed to Dia Voss's cabin door. Not a letter. Not a warning. A seizure order. The paper snapped and rattled in the cold mountain wind while 3 men stood in the muddy yard watching her read it. Their horses shifted impatiently. Their faces carried the bored expressions of men who had delivered bad news many times before. One of them laughed when she didn't immediately speak. Looks like you re-out of time. Widow. The words echoed across the valley. Dia kept her eyes on the paper. Property subject to forfeiture. Outstanding claims. Boundary dispute. Failure to satisfy obligation. Official county authorization. The legal language was designed to confuse ordinary people. Unfortunately for the men who had delivered it, Dia Voss was not ordinary. She read every line. Twice. Then a third time. The wind pulled loose strands of dark hair across her face. She tucked them behind one ear without taking her eyes from the document. Something wasn't right. The paper carried a county seal. The signature appeared genuine. But the claim number listed at the bottom belonged to a filing system that hadn't been used for nearly 4 years. Most people would never notice. Dia did. Her late husband had taught how county records were organized before he died. The memory stabbed unexpectedly. For a moment she saw him again. Jonah Voss. Standing over maps spread across their kitchen table, showing her how land officers tracked claims. Teaching her things most women in the territory were never expected to learn. Then the memory disappeared. Just another ghost. Just another thing the mountains had taken from her. You hear me? One of the men demanded. Dia folded the paper carefully. The men exchanged amused looks. The oldest among them spat tobacco into the dirt. Silence. The man blinked. Not because he understood. Because he didn't he? Dia pointed calmly. The man frowned. The others shifted uneasily. For the first time uncertainty appeared. Only for a second. Then it vanished. No, Dia said quietly. The insult landed harder than if she had shouted. The youngest deputy smirked. He tapped the notice. After that, this place belongs to someone else. They rode away. Mud splashed beneath their horses. The sound faded into the mountains. Dia stood alone. The cabin behind her leaned slightly to one side. The roof needed repairs. The chimney stones were cracking. The vegetable garden had struggled through an early frost. Everything she owned sat inside that weather-beaten structure. Everything left of her life. 3 days. She stared toward the distant ridge where clouds gathered over the mountains. Someone wanted her gone. The question was why. She already suspected the answer. And the answer had a name. Silas Greer, the richest land speculator within 100 miles. A man who never seemed to lose a dispute. A man who somehow acquired ranches, streams, mines, and grazing rights that didn't belong to him. A man Jonah had hated. Deer walked back inside. The cabin smelled faintly of pine smoke. A kettle hung above the stove. Maps covered one wall. Old survey notes occupied another. Most visitors assumed the papers were remnants of Jonah S. work. They were wrong. Many belonged to Deer. She crossed to a wooden chest beneath the window. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted the lid. Inside lay dozens of journals. Survey notes. Property sketches. Land measurements. Waterway records. Years of observations. The work of 2 people. 1 living. 1 dead. Her fingers found the final notebook Jonah had written before the accident that killed him. The leather cover was worn smooth. She opened it carefully. Several folded pages slipped loose. She frowned. She had never seen them before. The papers had been hidden between sections. Her pulse quickened. Slowly she unfolded the first page. It wasn't a survey. It was a list of names. Several were familiar. A county clerk. A land office employee. A banker. A judge. Each name connected by arrows. Beside every name stood a series of numbers. Payments. Large payments. At the bottom Jonah had written only 4 words. Greer pays them all. Deer stared. The room suddenly felt smaller. The wind pushed against the cabin walls. Somewhere outside a shutter rattled. She reached for the next page. This one contained coordinates. Boundary markers. Creeks. Mining claims. Notes written in increasingly hurried handwriting. Several phrases had been underlined repeatedly. Moved markers. False surveys. Water rights theft. The final sentence stopped her cold. If anything happens to me, follow the western ridge. The ink had been pressed so hard it nearly tore the paper. Deer sat motionless. The mountains seemed to grow silent around her. Jonah had never believed his death was coming. He had been careful. Practical. Methodical. Not a man given to dramatic warning. Yet here one was. A warning hidden where only she would find it. The knock at the door made her jump. She quickly folded the papers. Another knock followed. Stronger. She opened the door cautiously. The man standing outside looked like he belonged to the mountain itself. Tall. Broad-shouldered. Weathered. Snow dusted the collar of his coat. A dark beard framed a face that rarely smiled. Dia recognized him immediately. Everyone did. Harlan Cade, owner of the largest mountain spread in the region. Former scout. Former soldier. Current mystery. He rarely visited town. Rarely attended church. Rarely spoke unless necessary. People respected him. Many feared him. Most left him alone. His grey eyes moved briefly to the notice nailed beside the door. Then back to Dia. She nodded. That surprised her. Of all the reasons Harlan Cade might appear at her cabin, survey work ranked near the bottom. His answer came immediately. That surprised her even more. Harlan reached inside his coat. He produced a folded map. The paper was thick and expensive. Recent. Dia studied him carefully. No flattery. No smile. Just a fact. The simplicity unsettled her. That was all he offered. Dia crossed her arms. Harlan's expression hardened. She froze. The words echoed against the discovery she'd made moments earlier. Moved markers. Exactly what Jonah had written. The coincidence felt impossible. Harlan noticed. She hesitated. Trust was expensive. Especially now. His gaze lingered. He clearly knew she was lying. But he didn't press. Instead he unfolded the map. The document displayed a massive tract of mountain property. Streams. Timber sections. Ridges. Mining access roads. Several boundary points had been marked in red. Dia examined the map. Her stomach tightened. One name appeared along the neighbouring property line. Silas Greer. Of course. Everything seemed to lead back to him. The faintest hint of dry humour touched Harlan's voice. It disappeared almost instantly. Dia looked again at the seizure notice on her door. 3 days. Then she looked at the map. Then at Jonah's hidden papers waiting inside. A decision formed. Perhaps the mountains were finally pointing somewhere. Perhaps not. Either way, she needed information. And information lived on land. Harlan nodded once. She named a figure. He agreed immediately. Too quickly. That meant he needed her more than he admitted. Interesting. When do we start? She asked. She almost laughed. Instead, she grabbed her coat. By late afternoon, they were riding through narrow mountain trails. The silence between them was too uncomfortable. Just cautious. Harlan spoke little. Dia appreciated that. Most men filled empty space with noise. Harlan seemed content to let the mountains speak instead. Hours later they reached a ridge overlooking thousands of acres. Snow clung to distant peaks. Streams glimmered below. Pine forests stretched toward the horizon. Beautiful. And valuable. Very valuable. Harlan dismounted. Dia followed. He pointed toward a distant marker. She studied the terrain. Then the drainage patterns. Then the slope. Then the creek. A minute passed. Then 2. Finally she spoke. For the first time Harlan looked impressed. Dia pointed toward the valley. Then she indicated a rocky shelf. She continued walking, measuring distance with practiced eyes, reading elevation, reading drainage, reading terrain, reading the land itself. When she finally stopped, she pointed again. Nearly 200 yards away. Harlan's jaw tightened. Because if she was right, someone had stolen a significant piece of his property, including access to a water source. Slowly he walked to the location she indicated. He knelt, brushed away dirt, then more dirt, then more. Metal struck stone. Both froze. A moment later Harlan pulled something from the ground. An old survey stake. The original marker. Buried deliberately. Neither spoke. The truth sat between them. Someone had moved the boundary. Someone had hidden the evidence. Someone had expected nobody to notice. Harlan stood. His expression darkened. Dia looked across the valley. Far beyond. Toward the neighbouring properties. Toward the mountains. Toward the places Jonas' notes described. Toward land connected to Silas Greer. Then she answered. Harlan waited. Dia felt cold despite the heavy coat. Because suddenly she understood what Jonah had been trying to uncover before he died. And if she was right, the problem was much larger than stolen acreage. Much larger. She looked directly at Harlan. The wind rose. Pines swayed. Clouds gathered over the ridge. Dia swallowed. Then finished the sentence. Far below them, hidden among the trees, an unseen rider turned his horse and galloped away. Someone had been watching. And now Silas Greer Kanevekep they had found the first marker. The rider vanished into the trees before either of them could get a clear look at him. Only the sound remained. Hooves striking frozen ground. Branches snapping. Then nothing. The mountain swallowed him. Harlan stood motionless for several seconds. Listening. Evaluating. Dia noticed something she had heard about but never witnessed herself. When danger appeared, Harlan Cade became even quieter. His stillness was hesitation. It was calculation. Finally he turned. That answer carried weight. A man like Harlan knew nearly everyone who operated within these mountains. The fact that he could identify the rider meant one of two things. The man was T-local, or he didn't want to be recognized. Neither possibility was comforting. Harlan looked back at the uncovered survey stake. He glanced toward her. Dia pointed toward the valley below. If somebody else watching us already, leaving now would be a mistake. A faint line appeared between his brows. Harlan remained silent. She continued. If we leave immediately, he'll assume that S all we know. And if we keep surveying, he'll start worrying. The mountain wind tugged at her coat. For several moments Harlan studied her. Not as a widow. Not as a contractor. Not as a woman everyone in town seemed eager to underestimate. He was studying her the way a commander studies a map. Looking for weak points. Looking for value. Eventually he nodded. Dia crouched beside the exposed stake. She pointed across the terrain. His eyes narrowed. Dia looked toward the western ridges, toward darker slopes where old mining tunnels cut through the mountains. A chill ran through her. The word hung between them. Neither spoke for a while, because both understood what it meant. Gold. Silver. Copper. Claims worth fortunes. Claims that could justify bribery. Forgery. Murder. Eventually Harlan folded the map. He nodded once, then started down the ridge. The trail home wound through dense pines and narrow switchbacks. The sun disappeared early behind the mountains. Shadows lengthened. Temperatures dropped. By the time they reached the main trail, snowflakes drifted through the air. Not enough for a storm. Just enough to remind travellers winter wasn't finished yet. They rode mostly in silence. Dia didn't mind. Conversation exhausted her more than labour. People rarely understood that. Silence felt honest. Especially mountain silence. Eventually Harlan spoke. The question surprised her. Not a question. A fact. Dia almost laughed. She considered, then shrugged. The corner of Harlan's mouth twitched. It wasn't quite a smile, but it was close. The closest thing she had seen all day. They continued riding. A mile later she asked a question of her own. The change in Harlan-esque expression was immediate. Harder. Colder. Because every time Greer gains land, county paperwork agrees with him. Dia looked ahead. Interesting. Very interesting. The same suspicion Jonah had recorded years earlier. The same pattern. Different victim. Same outcome. The pieces were beginning to align. And she didn't like where they pointed. By the time they reached the valley floor, darkness had settled completely. Lantern light glowed from scattered ranch houses. Smoke rose from chimneys. Dogs barked in the distance. The sight should have felt comforting. Instead it reminded Dia how vulnerable isolated people could become. Especially when powerful men controlled the law. Harlan slowed his horse near a crossroads. The question caught her off guard. She thought about it. Coffee. half a biscuit. That was all. Apparently her hesitation answered for her. Harlan sighed. 20 minutes later they entered a small ranch house sitting beside a creek. Unlike the massive spreads owned by wealthy cattle barons, Harlan S. Place felt practical. Everything existed for a purpose. Nothing existed for show. A large barn stood nearby. Several corrals. A smokehouse. Storage sheds. Working structures. The house itself was sturdy rather than impressive. Stone foundation. Heavy timber walls. A roof built to survive winter. Deer dismounted. The scent of wood smoke drifted through the air. Unexpectedly comforting. Inside, the warmth hit immediately. A cast-iron stove glowed in one corner. Lanterns illuminated rough wooden walls. Maps occupied several shelves. Books filled others. Deer noticed titles on engineering. Mining. Military history. Agriculture. Not the collection she expected from a man who barely spoke. Harlan removed his coat. She obeyed. Partly because she was tired. Partly because she was hungry. Mostly because she wanted to understand him. A few minutes later he placed a bowl of stew in front of her. Nothing fancy. Potatoes. Carrots. Venison. But the smell alone nearly made her dizzy. She ate. Slowly at first. Then faster. Harlan pretended not to notice. The gesture earned more respect than sympathy ever could. Outside the wind rattled the windows. Inside the stove crackled. For several minutes neither spoke. The silence felt surprisingly comfortable. Then Harlan asked the question she had been expecting. Deer froze. There it was. The question she'd been avoiding. The question connected to Jonah S. hidden papers. The names. The payments. The warning. She set down her spoon. Carefully. Deliberately. Harlan S. gaze sharpened. He waited. She appreciated that. No interruption. No pressure. Just patience. So she told him. Not everything. Not yet. But enough. The hidden pages. The payment records. The names. The suspicion of corruption. The references to moved markers. The warning. When she finished, the room seemed quieter than before. Even the stove sounded distant. Finally, Harlan leaned back. The answer came honestly. His reaction surprised her. He nodded. Reasonable. Expected. No offence. No anger. Just acceptance. The single word carried more integrity than most speeches she'd heard from politicians. After a moment he stood, crossed the room, opened a cabinet, then returned holding several documents. He placed them on the table. Land deeds, survey copies, property transfers, mining leases. Dia immediately recognized the pattern. Several involved neighbouring parcels. Several involved Silas Greer. And every single one contained discrepancies. Minor inconsistencies. Tiny errors. The sort most people ignored. The sort that accumulated over years. The sort that could steal thousands of acres. She looked up slowly. The answer came quietly. Without drama. Without accusation. Just truth. Dia studied him. Then the papers. Then him again. For the first time she realized neither of them had started this investigation. It had already been happening. Separately. For years. Like two people following different trails toward the same fire. The realization changed something. Not trust. Not yet. But possibility. Outside, snow began falling harder. A white curtain drifted across the darkness. Harlan noticed her glance. Dia hesitated. Every lesson society taught a widow screamed caution. But practical reality said otherwise. The roads were dangerous. The weather worsening. And somebody had already been watching them. Finally she nodded. The words felt strange. Not because she meant them. Because she rarely needed to say them anymore. People weren't often kind without wanting something. Harlan simply stood. That was all. No awkwardness. No expectations. No hidden agenda. Just practical hospitality. Hours later, Dia lay awake staring at the ceiling. The storm intensified outside. Wind howled around the house. Snow struck the windows. Sleep refused to come. Eventually she rose. Carefully. Quietly. The hallway remained dark except for faint lantern glow from the main room. She followed it. Harlan sat alone at the table. Still awake. Map spread before him. A lantern illuminating his face. For a moment neither spoke. Then he looked up. It was Tia question. He nodded, as if he understood perfectly. Maybe he did. Loss left similar scars regardless of circumstance. Tia approached the table. One of the maps immediately caught her attention. Her breath stopped. She leaned closer. Then closer still. The map displayed property lines throughout the western ridges. Mining claims. Creeks. Boundary markers. Survey notes. And one section circled heavily in red ink. The Western Ridge. The exact location mentioned in Jonah's hidden warning. If anything happens to me, follow the Western Ridge. Her pulse quickened. His expression changed immediately. She pointed. Tia's hands trembled, because she recognized something. Not the map. Not the markings. The handwriting. Several notes along the margins had been written by the same person who authored Jonah S. hidden documents. Her husband. The room suddenly felt colder. "What is it?" Harlan asked. Tia swallowed. Then pointed toward a specific notation near the ridge. A note neither of them had noticed before. Small. Faded. Almost invisible. 3 words. Buried beneath years of wear. Words written in Jonah S. hand. Not abandoned. Hidden. The lantern light flickered. Outside the storm roared. Inside the room went completely silent. Because whatever Jonah had discovered before his death, he hadn't been trying to protect. He had been trying to find it. Not abandoned. Hidden. The words seemed to pulse beneath the lantern light. Tia stared at them while the storm battered the ranch house outside. Her husband had written those words years ago. Not in a journal. Not in a private notebook. On a survey map connected to the Western Ridge. A place he had specifically mentioned in the warning he left behind. If anything happens to me, follow the Western Ridge. Now another message waited there. Not abandoned. Hidden. 3 simple words. 3 words capable of changing everything. Harlan stood slowly. It was Tia question. Dia nodded. For several seconds neither spoke. The weight of that realization settled heavily between them. Finally Harlan rolled the map closed. Dia looked toward the storm-darkened window. The certainty in his voice almost sounded like a challenge directed at the weather itself. Unexpectedly, she smiled. The expression disappeared almost as quickly as it came. But Harlan noticed. He didn't comment. He simply returned the map to the table. An hour later they finally retired for the night. Yet sleep remained elusive. Because for the first time in years, Dia felt something she had almost forgotten. Hope. And hope could be dangerous. Especially when attached to unanswered questions. Especially when attached to dead men. The storm passed before dawn. By sunrise the world appeared transformed. Fresh snow covered the mountains. Pine branches bowed beneath white blankets. The valley glowed beneath pale winter light. Everything looked clean. Untouched. As though the land itself wished to hide its scars. Dia stood outside the ranch house wrapping a scarf around her neck. The cold bit immediately. Nearby, Harlan saddled 2 horses. He worked verkepitehat efficient movements. No wasted motion. No unnecessary words. Horses clearly trusted him. Another detail she filed away. People could lie. Animals rarely did. Half an hour later they rode west. The trail narrowed as elevation increased. Snow deepened. The terrain became rougher. By midday the ranches disappeared behind them. Civilization faded. Only mountains remained. Dia understood immediately why Jonah had chosen this region for secret investigations. Few people travelled here. Even fewer knew how to navigate it properly. The western ridge stretched across the horizon like a frozen spine. Jagged cliffs. Dense forests. Narrow canyons. Countless hiding places. The perfect location for secrets. They stopped briefly near a frozen creek. Dia dismounted and studied the terrain. Harlan watched. She pointed toward the snow. He frowned. She knelt, examining carefully. Harlan crouched beside her. The tracks headed toward the ridge. Fresh. Recent. Intentional. Someone else was moving through the mountains. Someone who hadn't wanted weather to erase their trail. Think they reconnected? Harlan asked. Dia considered, then nodded. The answer came easier than she expected, because her instincts were beginning to align. Pieces of the puzzle were finally touching. Boundary markers, hidden notes, corrupt records. The Watcher on horseback. Now fresh tracks leading toward the same location Jonah had referenced. None of it felt accidental. Harlan stood. They continued west. The trail became increasingly difficult. Several times they were forced to dismount and lead their horses through narrow passages. Snow concealed loose rocks, ice-coated portions of the slope. One mistake could send horse and rider tumbling hundreds of feet. Yet Harlan navigated the terrain effortlessly. Like a man who belonged here. At one particularly dangerous crossing he stopped, then extended a hand. Not dramatically. Not possessively. Simply because the next step was hazardous. Dia accepted. His grip was firm. Steady. The sort of grip that inspired confidence. Nothing more. Nothing less. Moments later they continued. Neither mentioned it. Neither needed to. By early afternoon they reached the first major landmark. An abandoned mining camp. Or what appeared to be abandoned. Several collapsing cabins surrounded a rusted ore chute. Wind whistled through broken boards. Snow drifted across empty doorways. The place looked dead. Yet something bothered Dia immediately. She walked toward one cabin, examined the entrance, then frowned. Harlan joined her. She pointed. Recent ones. The snow around the structure had been disturbed. Someone had entered. Someone had left. Recently. Harlan's hand drifted near the revolver on his belt. Not threatening. Prepared. Together they approached the cabin. The door hung crookedly. One hinge broken. The interior appeared dark. Silent. Empty. Harlan entered first. Dia followed. The smell hit immediately. Not decay. Not abandonment. Smoke. Recent smoke. Someone had used the fireplace within the last 48 hours. She crossed the room. Examining carefully. A tin cup rested beside the hearth. Ashes remained warm beneath deeper layers. Then she noticed something else. A folded piece of paper, hidden beneath loose floorboards. Her pulse quickened. She retrieved it carefully, unfolded it, then froze. "What is it?" Harlan asked. Dia handed him the document. A payment ledger. Small. Incomplete. But unmistakable. Names. Dates. Amounts. And one name appeared repeatedly. Silas Greer. The room went silent. The ledger contained payments stretching back nearly 7 years. Not wages. Not business expenses. Bribes. The pattern was obvious. County employees. Survey assistants. Mining inspectors. Land clerks. Every person capable of influencing property records. Every person capable of altering ownership. Every person capable of making land disappear. Or reappear. Harlan's jaw tightened. He looked at her. The answer emerged quietly. Matter of fact. Because it was true. People protected fortunes. People protected power. And whatever Silas Greer had built, he had built it carefully. One ledger wouldn't destroy him. But it could make him nervous. Dangerously nervous. They searched the cabin thoroughly. Most of it yielded nothing. Until Dia discovered a false compartment hidden behind a loose wall plank. Inside lay a bundle of survey sketches. Her breath caught. Several bore Jonas' signature. Others carried unfamiliar names. Yet all documented the same region. The Western Ridge. Water sources. Mining claims. Boundary lines. Everything connected. Everything converged. One sketch in particular drew her attention. A hand-drawn map showing property boundaries before and after alterations. The difference was staggering. Thousands of acres. Entire streams. Multiple claims. Transferred. Shifted. Rewritten. Stolen. Slowly Harlan exhaled. Dia nodded. Jonah hadn't been imagining corruption. He had been documenting it. Meticulously. Patiently. Dangerously. Then she noticed a final note scribbled near the map's edge. A date. 3 days before Jonah died. And beneath it, another message. Meeting arranged. Proof secured. The words seemed to drain warmth from the room. Because Jonah had believed he possessed enough evidence. Enough evidence to act. Enough evidence to confront someone. Enough evidence to change things. 3 days later he was dead. The timing felt impossible to ignore. Harlan apparently reached the same conclusion. Dia stared at the note. For years she had repeated the official explanation. A fall. A horse accident. Mountain terrain. Bad luck. The sort of tragedy everyone accepted because frontier life produced many of them. But now she wasn't certain. And uncertainty frightened her. Because once a person questioned one truth, they began questioning others. "Mott don't know," she admitted. It was the most honest answer she could offer. Outside the cabin the wind intensified. Snow swirled across the camp. The weather was changing again. Harlan checked the sky. Reluctantly they gathered the documents, then resumed their journey. The trail climbed steadily. The western ridge loomed closer. Afternoon faded. Shadows lengthened. Eventually they reached a rocky overlook. From there the entire valley unfolded beneath them. Ranches. Creeks. Forests. Mining roads. Everything visible. Everything connected. Dia studied the terrain. Then suddenly stopped. She pointed. Far below. Near the base of a cliff. Something caught the sunlight. Metal. Not natural. Not random. Deliberate. A marker. Another survey marker. Except this one stood in the wrong location. Again. Harlan followed her gaze. His expression darkened immediately. Dia's voice had become very quiet. She swallowed, then pointed towards several additional glints scattered across the valley. Her stomach tightened, because once she noticed the first, the others became obvious. 5. 7. 10. Maybe more. Everyone positioned incorrectly. Everyone altering ownership. Everyone supporting the same scheme. The scale finally revealed itself. This wasn't tea-land theft. Not merely. This was an organized reconstruction of an entire region. Years of manipulation. Years of fraud. Years of stolen property. Harlan stared across the valley. Silent. Calculating. Then he spoke. Dia knew exactly what he meant. Not acres. Not claims. People. Lives. Homes. Generations. She looked again, then answered. The realization hit both of them simultaneously. Silas Greer hadn't simply stolen wealth. He had stolen futures. And somewhere within that theft lay the reason Jonah Voss never came home. The sun dipped lower. Shadows swallowed the valley. And just as they prepared to continue toward the ridge, a rifle shot cracked through the mountains. The bullet struck the rock beside Dia's head. Stone exploded. Fragments sprayed her face. Harlan grabbed her arm. Both dropped instantly behind cover. The second shot echoed from the trees. Someone wasn't trying to scare them anymore. Someone was trying to make sure they never left the ridge alive. The third shot came before either of them could identify where the shooter was hiding. The bullet slammed into a pine trunk several feet above Harlan-es's shoulder. Bark exploded. Snow cascaded from the branches. The mountains echoed with the report. Then silence returned. A dangerous silence. The kind hunters feared. The kind soldiers remembered. Dia pressed herself against the rock outcrop. Her heart hammered. Not from panic. From calculation. The shooter had a good position. Elevated. Concealed. Patient. Which meant he probably was acting alone. Harlan crouched beside her. His revolver remained holstered. That alone told her how serious the situation was. A revolver couldn't reach accurately across these distances. The rifleman knew it. So did Harlan. "You hurt?" he asked. A fragment of stone had nicked her cheek. She touched it. Blood. Minor. Harlan nodded. Then slowly lifted his head just enough to study the terrain. Another shot cracked. The bullet struck the ridge behind them. Closer. More precise. The shooter was adjusting. Learning. Testing. Harlan immediately dropped back behind cover. His voice remained calm. Dia looked carefully toward the area he'd indicated. Dense pines. Heavy shadows. Rock formations. Too many hiding places. The perfect ambush site. The realization settled heavily in her stomach. Someone knew exactly where they would be. Someone knew where they were headed. Someone had prepared for their arrival. This wasn't a coincidence. It was a trap. A planned one. Another shot rang out. This time the bullet struck so close she felt stone fragments hit her coat. The shooter was no longer guessing. He was narrowing the range. Harlan's expression hardened. Dia immediately understood. The shooter expected them to continue forward, which meant survival required doing the opposite. Together they slipped behind the rocks, moving carefully, staying low, using terrain as cover. The snow helped conceal movement. The wind helped disguise sound. Several times bullets struck nearby, each impact closer than the last. Yet somehow they remained alive. 100 yards later they reached a cluster of boulders overlooking a narrow ravine. Harlan stopped, studied the ground, then smiled. It wasn't a pleasant smile. It was the smile of a man who had finally found an opportunity. He pointed toward the snow. Fresh tracks. Several sets. Not one shooter. 3. Maybe 4. All moving toward the ambush position. Dia stared. Under different circumstances she might have laughed. Instead she counted tracks. 3 men. Possibly 4. One carrying heavier equipment. Probably the rifleman. The others acting as support. Professional enough to coordinate. Not professional enough to hide every sign. Harlan traced the path with his eyes. His gaze shifted toward a narrow canyon. The blunt answer chilled her more than the wind, because she immediately recognized he was correct. The terrain created a natural trap. Steep walls. Limited exits. Perfect for an ambush. Someone knew these mountains. Very well. The question was whether they were being hunted. The question was who had ordered it. Neither needed to say the name. Silas Greer hovered over every discovery like a shadow. Yet something continued bothering Dia. Something she couldn't quite identify. The attack felt wrong. Too fast. Too direct. Greer had spent years manipulating records, bribing officials, moving boundaries. Everything about his operations suggested patience, careful planning. Why risk exposing himself with a mountain ambush? Unless. The answer struck her suddenly. He looked at her. The words hung in the frozen air. Harlan's eyes narrowed. Slowly. Thoughtfully. Then he nodded. Because it made sense. If evidence existed somewhere on the western ridge, if Jonah had hidden something, if someone knew they were following his trail, then the objective wasn't necessarily murder. The objective was protection. Protection of a secret. Protection of proof. Protection of whatever waited ahead. The realization changed everything. Because secrets generated fear. And fear made people sloppy. A distant shout echoed through the trees. The searchers were moving. Closing. Harlan stood. Dia followed. The next several hours became a brutal contest between weather, terrain, and persistence. They avoided obvious trails, crossed frozen streams, climbed narrow slopes. Twice they doubled back. Once they hid beneath an overhang while armed men passed less than 50 yards away. Dia saw them clearly. 3 riders. Hard faces. Working men rather than outlaws. The kind hired for unpleasant tasks. One carried a scoped rifle. Another wore a deputy's coat. Not an official deputy. An old one. A surplus coat. Still. The detail mattered. Because it suggested connections. People with access. People with influence. People who expected protection. By late afternoon the pursuit finally faded. The riders disappeared. The mountains grew quiet again. Neither Dia nor Harlan relaxed. Not yet. Danger rarely announced its departure. Eventually they reached the upper western ridge. The terrain changed immediately. Fewer trees. More exposed rock. Stronger winds. The world seemed larger here. Older. Almost untouched. Dia removed Jonah's map from her satchel. The worn paper flapped violently in the wind. She studied it carefully. Comparing landmarks. Cliffs. Drainage channels. Outcroppings. Then she froze. Harlan followed her gaze. A narrow rock formation protruded from the ridge. Distinctive. Easy to recognize once identified. The exact formation marked on Jonah's map. Without speaking, they began climbing. The ascent proved difficult. ice-coated portions of the slope. Several times loose rock shifted beneath their boots. Yet eventually they reached the formation. A natural stone arch overlooking the valley below. Beautiful. Remote. Forgotten. Or perhaps not forgotten. Hidden. Dia stepped forward slowly. Her pulse quickened. Every clue had pointed here. Every trail. Every note. Every warning. She examined the area carefully. Nothing. Just rock. Snow. Wind. Disappointment threatened. Then she noticed something unusual. A section of stone near the arch appeared smoother than the surrounding surface. Not naturally smooth. Handled. Touched repeatedly. She approached. Ran her fingers across it. Then pressed. Nothing happened. She pressed again. Still nothing. Harlan joined her. Together they examined the rock. Finally he crouched. His hand brushed aside accumulated snow. A narrow gap appeared beneath the stone. Almost invisible. They pushed together. The slab shifted. Slowly. Grinding against stone. Revealing darkness beneath. A hidden compartment. For several seconds neither moved. Neither breathed. Because they had found it. Whatever Jonah wanted hidden. Whatever someone wanted protected. Whatever armed men had risked killing to conceal. Dia reached inside carefully. Her fingers touched leather. Then metal. Then paper. One by one she removed the contents. A journal. Several maps. A metal survey box. And a sealed envelope. The sight of the envelope nearly stopped her heart. Because she recognized the handwriting immediately. Her name. Written by Jonah. Dia. For several seconds she simply stared. The world seemed to disappear. The mountains. The wind. Everything. Only the envelope remained. A message from a dead man. A message hidden for years. Harlan stepped back. Giving her space. Giving her time. She appreciated that. More than he probably realized. Finally her fingers broke the seal. The paper inside had yellowed with age. The writing remained clear. She began reading. The first line drained all colour from her face. If you rereading this, Mott was right to be afraid. The wind roared around the ridge. Dia continued. Every sentence struck harder than the last. Jonah described forged surveys, bribed officials, stolen mining claims, manipulated water rights, exactly as they suspected. But then came the revelation neither of them expected. Silas Greer wasn't the architect. He was only the beneficiary. Dia stopped reading. Her hands trembled. His voice remained calm. She looked up slowly. The words felt impossible. The name felt worse. Because it belonged to someone trusted. Someone respected. Someone powerful enough to influence courts, records, and law enforcement across the entire county. Someone neither of them had suspected. Dia swallowed. Then read the final line aloud. Her voice cracked. Because even now she struggled to believe it. Far below, hidden among distant trees, another rider appeared on the trail, watching the ridge through a spyglass. Watching them. Watching the hidden compartment. Watching the letter. And as the sun disappeared behind the mountains, Dia finally spoke the name Jonah had written. The name that changed the entire investigation. Judge Everett Blackwell. Judge Everett Blackwell. The name seemed impossible. The wind screamed across the ridge. Snow danced through the fading light. Yet neither Dia nor Harlan moved. Because some truths took time to enter the mind. Judge Blackwell was merely respected. He was the law. For nearly 20 years he had settled disputes, certified property transfers, approved claims, and presided over hearings throughout the county. People trusted him. Families trusted him. Entire generations trusted him. If Jonah's accusation was true, then every stolen acre, every forged survey, every manipulated boundary marker, every fraudulent deed ultimately traced back to a man who sat behind a judge's bench. Harlan finally broke the silence. Dia nodded. Her hands still trembled. She forced herself to continue. Jonah's writing remained neat despite the urgency woven through the words. He described discovering irregularities years earlier while conducting independent surveys. At first he believed the mistakes were isolated. Simple clerical errors. Then the pattern emerged. The same signatures. The same approvals. The same witnesses. Again and again. Each fraudulent transfer somehow passed through Judge Blackwell's court. Sometimes directly. Sometimes through intermediaries. always protected, always legitimized, always impossible to challenge afterward. The deeper Jonah investigated, the more dangerous the truth became. Entire valleys had changed ownership. Streams had been redirected on paper. Mining rights had been reassigned. Family ranches had quietly disappeared beneath manufactured legal claims. The scale was staggering. Then Dia reached the final section. Her stomach tightened immediately. This portion had been written only days before Jonah died. Mort finally found the ledger. Not a copy. The original. Every payment. Every transaction. Every name. If anything happens to me, trust no official record until you find it. The location remains hidden. Not because Mott fear thieves. Because Mott fear judges. Dia lowered the letter. For several seconds only the wind spoke. Then Harlan asked the obvious question. She looked through the remaining pages. Maps. Survey notes. Coordinates. Observations. But no ledger. No instructions. Nothing. The single piece of evidence capable of destroying the entire operation remained missing. A heavy feeling settled over her. Because she understood something immediately. Jonah had hidden the letter. Not the ledger. Which meant the ledger had either been moved, or someone had found it first. The possibility chilled her. Harlan appeared to reach the same conclusion. His expression darkened. Dia examined the remaining documents, then stopped. One map contained a series of markings concentrated around an abandoned section of land east of Greer's Holdings, a place known locally as Raven's Hollow. The location had once supported a small mining settlement decades earlier. Most of the structures had collapsed long ago. Few people visited anymore. Yet Jonah had circled it repeatedly. 3 times. Then written a single word beside it. Records. Harlan noticed. But even as she spoke, she suspected she did. Jonah had been methodical. Every note served a purpose. Every mark meant something. The word wasn't random. It was a direction. A clue. Perhaps even a destination. Before either could discuss it further, Harlan suddenly turned. His posture changed instantly. Alert. Dangerous. Listening. Dia heard it moments later. Horse hooves. Distant. But approaching. The rider they had spotted below was climbing toward the ridge. Fast. Very fast. Harlan was already gathering the documents. The hidden compartment was sealed again within seconds. The stone slab returned to its original position. Snow covered the remaining traces. By the time the rider reached the lower slope, the evidence had vanished. Only then did they retreat. The descent proved harder than the climb. Darkness arrived quickly. Clouds concealed the moon. Visibility worsened. Several times they nearly lost the trail. Yet neither complained. Both understood the stakes had changed. The investigation was no longer about suspicious boundary markers. Now it involved corruption reaching into the highest legal office in the county. A judge. A conspiracy. And a dead surveyor who apparently died only days after finding proof. The implications were terrifying. Near midnight they finally reached a sheltered canyon where they could rest safely. A small fire crackled between them. Nothing more than a careful flame hidden among rocks. Enough warmth to survive. Not enough light to attract attention. Dia sat wrapped in a blanket. The letter remained in her hands. She had read it 4 times already. Each reading hurt differently. The familiar handwriting. The careful observations. The quiet determination. For years she had mourned Jonah. Now she was beginning to question how he died. The distinction mattered. Because grief and betrayal were not the same wound. Across the fire Harlan sharpened a knife. The rhythmic sound filled the silence. Eventually he spoke. The statement surprised her. Because it wasn't phrased as a question. She stared into the flames. She looked up. Harlan met her gaze steadily. Not pushing. Not judging. Just asking for honesty. The kind she hadn't received from most people in years. Dia exhaled slowly. Harlan nodded. Another nod. The fire popped softly. The mountains remained silent. Then she finished. The answer seemed to satisfy him. Because it was careful. Measured. Based on evidence rather than emotion. Exactly the way Jonah would have approached it. For a while neither spoke. The fire burned lower. Eventually Harlan surprised her. Dia looked up. He rarely volunteered personal information. In fact, she wasn't sure she had ever heard him discuss himself at all. So she listened. His voice remained steady. The words were simple, yet enormous. Years of pain compressed into a handful of sentences. Dia waited. Harlan stared into the flames. His jaw tightened slightly. Silence followed. Then he looked directly at her. The statement hung between them. Not an accusation. A warning. A reminder. Dia understood immediately. He wasn't telling her Jonah hadn't been murdered. He was telling her not to decide before the evidence existed. The distinction mattered. She nodded slowly. That earned a faint glance. Then he returned to the knife. Conversation ended. Yet something had changed. A little more trust. Not much. Enough. The next morning dawned cold and clear. The journey back toward civilization felt strangely different. Every ranch they passed, every stream, every property line, all of it now carried hidden meaning. How many ownership records were false? How many families had lost land without understanding why? How many legal decisions had been manipulated? The questions multiplied endlessly. By midday they reached town. The change in atmosphere was immediate. People stared. Whispers followed. Several conversations stopped as they passed. Dia noticed all of it. Years of being underestimated had sharpened her awareness. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Near the general store, an elderly rancher approached hurriedly. His face looked pale. Concerned. He removed his hat. Mrs. Voss. Dia stopped. The old man glanced around nervously, then lowered his voice. Cold settled in her stomach. The rancher swallowed. The words landed like a hammer. Neither Dia nor Harlan wasted another second. They rode hard. The trail blurred beneath pounding hooves. 20 minutes later her cabin appeared. The sight nearly stopped her heart. The front door hung open. One window shattered. Furniture scattered across the yard. Drawers overturned. Boxes broken. Every possession she owned had been searched. Violently. Methodically. Deliberately. Dia dismounted before the horse fully stopped. She ran inside. The destruction continued everywhere. Cupboards emptied. Floorboards pried loose. Mattress slashed. Books thrown aside. The intruders hadn't been looking for valuables. They had been looking for something specific. Something hidden. Something important. Jonah S. journals. Dia rushed toward the wooden chest beneath the window. The lid stood open. Her breath caught. For one terrible second she feared everything was gone. Then she looked closer. Most of the journals remained. But not all. 3 were missing. Exactly 3. The final 3 Jonah had written before his death. The 3 most important. The 3 most dangerous. Behind her, Harlan entered slowly. His expression hardened immediately. Dia nodded. Because there was no other explanation. Someone knew Jonah had left records. Someone knew those records mattered. And someone was desperate enough to tear apart an entire home to find them. Then she noticed something pinned to the wall above the ruined chest. A piece of paper. Freshly nailed. Waiting. A message. Harlan removed it carefully. Read it once. Then twice. The colour drained slightly from his face. Dia took the paper. 3 words had been written in black ink. Nothing else. No signature. No explanation. No threat needed. The message spoke for itself. Stop digging. Widow. Stop digging. Widow. The words seemed almost polite. That was what made them frightening. No profanity. No dramatic threats. No demands. Just 3 simple words written by someone utterly convinced they controlled the situation. Dia stared at the message. Then folded it carefully. Very carefully. The act surprised even her. A week earlier she might have crumpled it. Burned it. Thrown it away. Now it was evidence. Every detail mattered. The paper. The ink. The handwriting. The nail used to pin it. Everything. Harlan watched her. A faint trace of approval crossed his face. Together they spent the next hour documenting the damage. Not cleaning. Not repairing. Documenting. Dia wrote notes. Measured footprints. Recorded broken locks. Marked the direction of wagon tracks outside. The process felt strangely familiar. because it mirrored the way Jonah had worked. Observe first. Conclude later. Emotion came afterward. Never before. When they finished, Harlan crouched beside the damaged door. Dia looked over. He pointed. Then toward the yard. His gaze shifted toward the woods. That part bothered her most. The intruders had taken their time. They hadn't feared interruption. They hadn't feared consequences, which meant they believed they were protected or untouchable. Perhaps both. The thought made her stomach tighten, because people who felt untouchable often were, at least for a while. By evening the cabin was slightly more livable. Not repaired. Just functional. A fire burned in the stove. The broken door had been secured temporarily. The shattered window was covered with canvas. Outside darkness settled across the valley. Inside the small cabin felt colder than usual. Not because of the weather. Because someone had violated it. Every object seemed different now. Every room. Every shadow. Harlan stood near the window, watching the tree line. Dia sat at the table reviewing Jonah's remaining journals. The missing books haunted her. She knew exactly which ones had been stolen. The final months. The most dangerous period. The period immediately before his death. The period most likely to contain names. Evidence. Locations. Answers. Someone had known exactly what to take, which suggested knowledge. Specific knowledge. Not random thieves. Not opportunists. People who understood the contents. People who feared them. The realization sparked a thought. Suddenly. Sharp as lightning. He turned. His expression changed. Immediately. Because he understood the importance of the question. Dia stood, thinking aloud. She considered. Dia walked slowly across the room, sorting memories. Names. Conversations. Faces. Harlan nodded. She hesitated. Then another memory surfaced. A man sitting across from Jonah years ago. Sharing coffee. Studying maps. discussing surveys. Her stomach tightened. Harlan S.'s eyes narrowed. The name meant something to him. Dia nodded. Caleb Mercer had worked throughout the county for decades. He and Jonah had occasionally exchanged notes, compared measurements, discussed boundary disputes. Nothing unusual. At least not at the time. When did you last see him? Harlan asked. The silence that followed felt heavy. Because both were thinking the same thing. If Caleb Cano ever kept about Jonah's investigations, and if someone had targeted the journals, then Caleb might know something, or be in danger himself. The next morning they rode to his ranch. The property sat along a narrow river several miles east of town. Modest, well-maintained, peaceful. At first glance. The moment they arrived, Dia knew something was wrong. The front gate stood open. One hinge broken. A horse wandered loose near the barn. No smoke rose from the chimney. No movement. No sound. Harlan dismounted first. His hand rested casually near his revolver. Not threatening. Prepared. Dia followed. The ranch felt abandoned. Yet not abandoned long ago. Abandoned suddenly. They approached the house. The front door hung slightly open. Inside, the kitchen remained untouched. A half-finished meal sat on the table. Coffee cups. Bread. A plate. Everything frozen in time. As though someone had stood up and never returned. Dia felt a chill. No answer. Only silence. They searched room after room. Nothing. Then Harlan stopped near the back porch. He pointed downward. The dirt showed signs of struggle. Scuffed earth. Dragged footprints. A broken walking cane. Dia recognized it instantly. Caleb S. Her pulse quickened. Someone had taken him. Not recently. Perhaps days ago. But deliberately. The evidence was unmistakable. Harlan examined wagon tracks leading away from the property. Then looked toward the hills. The statement sounded grim. 'Cause it probably was tea speculation. It was the truth. Dia stared at the broken cane. Fear settled heavily inside her chest. Not fear for herself, fear for Vekep they were uncovering. Every answer produced another disappearance. Another threat. Another crime. The corruption wasn't merely historical. It was active. Current. Moving. Protecting itself. Then she noticed something unusual beneath the porch. A small metal box. Hidden carefully. Almost invisible. She knelt. Pulled it free. The lock had rusted. The lid opened easily. Inside lay several folded documents. Survey notes. Property sketches. And a single sealed envelope. Addressed to her. Dear Voss. Again. She stared. Another message. Another coincidence that no longer felt like coincidence. Slowly she opened it. The paper inside carried Caleb Mercer's handwriting. Short. Uneven. Hurried. If you rereading this, they came sooner than Mott expected. Dia's heart pounded. She continued reading. Jonah was right. The boundaries aren't the real theft. The gold is T either. Follow the water records. That S where they hid everything. Do not trust county maps after Morkintamtam Bay. The originals still exist. Raven-S Hollow. Lower archive. Then the message ended. No signature. No explanation. Nothing more. Yet the contents were explosive. Water records. Original maps. Raven-S Hollow. The same location Jonah had marked. The same location connected to the hidden word. Records. The puzzle pieces were finally aligning. But something else bothered her. One sentence. The gold isn't the real theft. She read it again. And again. Because it made no sense. If not gold. Then what? What could be more valuable than gold? Harlan seemed equally troubled. Dia looked toward the river. Toward the mountains. Toward the countless streams feeding the valley. Then a realization began forming. Slowly. Dangerously. In the frontier west, gold created fortunes. But water created civilization. Without water, ranches died. Farms failed. Entire communities disappeared. Suddenly Jonah-S notes looked different. The altered boundaries. The shifted markers. the stolen creeks, the manipulated surveys. None of it centered on mining alone. It centered on control. Control of water. Control of survival. Control of entire valleys. The implications were staggering. Because whoever controlled the water controlled the future. A distant horse appeared on the road. Riding hard. Very hard. The rider spotted them. Immediately changed direction. Heading straight toward the Mercer Ranch. Harlan's expression hardened. The horse thundered closer. Dust rising behind it. The rider leaned low in the saddle. Desperate. Terrified. As he reached the yard, Dia recognized him. The young ranch hand who worked at the county records office. Elias Turner. He nearly fell from his horse. His face was white. His breathing ragged. And when he finally spoke, the words struck harder than any bullet. Dia froze. Harlan's eyes narrowed. Elias swallowed hard. Silence. Because Sheriff Dalton was one of the few lawmen in the county with a reputation for honesty. One of the few men powerful enough to challenge corruption. One of the few people who might actually help them. Then Elias delivered the second blow. The world seemed to stop. And for the first time since Jonah's letter, Dia felt genuine fear. Because someone had just removed another obstacle. And they were running out of honest people. Dead in his cell. The words hung in the cold air like a gunshot that refused to fade. Nobody spoke. Not immediately. Because everyone standing in the Mercer Ranch yard understood exactly what that meant. Sheriff Dalton had not been an old man. He had not been sick. And he certainly had not been the kind of man who conveniently died hours after being arrested by a judge connected to a corruption investigation. Elias slid shakily from his hands trembled. Whether from fear, exhaustion, or both, Dia couldn't he tell. Harlan stared at him. The young clerk laughed bitterly. The sound contained no humour. Silence followed. A terrible silence. Because nobody believed it. The sheriff was dead. Caleb Mercer was missing. Jonah Voss had died after finding evidence. And every road seemed to lead back toward the same network of people. The same names. The same power. The same judge. Elias swallowed. Dia felt her stomach tighten. The answer struck like lightning. Of course. If they knew someone was investigating, the next step would be destruction. Erase the evidence. Control the narrative. Rewrite the past. Exactly as they had done for years. When? Harlan asked. Elias hesitated, then looked around nervously, as though the trees themselves might be listening. That was enough. Harlan's expression changed immediately. Decision. Purpose. Action. All at once. Dia nodded. She already knew where. Raveness Hollow. The lower archive. Whatever that meant. Whatever waited there. Because if records were disappearing, time had suddenly become their greatest enemy. They rode before noon. 3 horses. 3 riders. 3 people who now understood they were moving faster than the conspiracy expected. That realization offered a small advantage. Perhaps the last one they would get. The road toward Raven's Hollow wound through increasingly isolated country. Old mining land. Forgotten settlements. Abandoned camps. Places left behind after fortunes vanished. Or appeared to vanish. Dia spent most of the ride reviewing everything they knew. Not enough. Still not enough. But patterns were emerging. Boundary markers. Water rights. Mining claims. Forged surveys. Corrupt approvals. Missing records. Dead investigators. The shape of the conspiracy was becoming visible, like a mountain slowly emerging through fog. Then another realization struck. A disturbing one. He glanced toward her. The question lingered. Because it was important. If Blackwell's people were thorough, why hadn't they found the hidden cache years ago? Why hadn't they recovered Jonah's letter? Why hadn't they destroyed every trace? Harlan considered. Then answered. Dia shook her head. Silence. Then understanding. If someone knew about the journals. Someone knew about Jonah's investigation. If someone knew about the investigation. Someone should have known about the ridge. The logic refused to fit. Which meant something was missing. Something important. Something hidden. Again. The thought followed her for miles. like a shadow. Late afternoon brought them to Raveness Hollow. The settlement looked dead. Completely dead. A scattering of ruined structures surrounded by steep hills. Collapsed roofs. Broken windows. Weather-beaten walls. Nothing moved. No smoke. No livestock. No people. Only wind. The place felt abandoned by more than time. It felt forgotten. Yet Jonah had marked it. Caleb had referenced it. Records. Lower archive. The words repeated in her mind. Elias guided his horse toward the largest remaining structure. An old mining office. Or what had once been one. The building leaned dangerously to one side. Most of the roof had collapsed. The front entrance hung open. Inside, dust covered everything. Or almost everything. Dia noticed it immediately. Footprints. Recent ones. Many. Someone had visited recently. Several summons. Harlan noticed too. His hand drifted toward his revolver. They entered carefully. The interior appeared empty. Broken desks. Rotting shelves. Collapsed beams. Nothing useful. At least initially. Then Dia remembered Caleb's exact wording. Lower archive. Not archive. Lower archive. The distinction mattered. She began searching. Examining walls. Floors. Storage spaces. Anything unusual. Finally she found it. A metal ring embedded in the floor beneath a collapsed shelf. Almost invisible beneath years of debris. Her pulse quickened. He crossed the room. Together they cleared the wreckage. Then pulled. The trapdoor lifted slowly. A rush of stale air escaped from below. Darkness waited beneath. And a staircase. The archive. Hidden underground. Exactly where Jonah and Caleb had implied. For several seconds nobody moved. Then Elias whispered the obvious. Lanterns were lit. Weapons checked. Then they descended. The underground chamber stretched farther than expected. Much farther. Shelves lined every wall. Hundreds of boxes. Thousands of documents. Maps. Ledgers. survey records, property filings, decades of county history, preserved, protected, hidden. Dia stood frozen, because she immediately understood the significance. These weren't copies. These were originals. The genuine records. The unaltered versions. The evidence. Years of evidence. Enough to expose everything. Enough to destroy powerful men. Enough to explain why people were dying. A tremor ran through her hands. Not fear. Shock. The scale was enormous. Jonah had been chasing a single fraud. He had uncovered a system. A machine. One that had operated for decades. Elias moved carefully among the shelves, reading labels, comparing dates, then suddenly stopped. He pointed. One section stood empty. Completely empty. Unlike the surrounding shelves. Someone had removed entire boxes. Recently. Dust patterns made that obvious. Dia felt her stomach sink. They weren't first. Someone had beaten them here. The question was how much had been taken. And by whom? She approached. Examined the remaining labels. Then froze. The missing section contained only one category. Water rights. Every box. Every record. Gone. The realization hit like a hammer. Not gold. Water. Exactly as Caleb had warned. Exactly as Jonah had discovered. Water was the true target. The true wealth. The true power. Harlan stared at the empty shelves. Then slowly turned. He stood beside a desk hidden in the rear of the archive. A ledger rested upon it. Not large. Not impressive. But recent. Very recent. Someone had been using it. Dia opened the cover. The first page contained a list of names. The second contained dates. The third contained payments. Her pulse exploded. Because she recognized the format immediately. It matched Jonah S. hidden notes. Exactly. Bribes. Transactions. Approvals. Evidence. Finally. Real evidence. Page after page connected officials. Surveyors. Judges. Bankers. and land agents. Every payment documented. Every transaction recorded. Years of corruption. And then they found the entry. Judge Everett Blackwell. The amount beside his name was staggering. Thousands. Then tens of thousands. Then more. Enough to buy entire ranches. Enough to corrupt an entire county. But something else caught Diaz's attention. Another name, repeated even more frequently. A name she had never seen before. A name that appeared above Blackwell. Above Greer. Above everyone. The ledger identified him only by initials. CR. Nothing more. No explanation. No full name. Just 2 letters. Yet every payment flowed upward. Toward him. Toward the true source. The true authority. The true architect. Silence filled the archive. Because suddenly Blackwell no longer looked like the mastermind. He looked like a servant. A very powerful servant. But still a servant. Then a sound echoed through the chamber. A distant metallic clang. Everyone froze. Another sound followed. The trapdoor. Closing. Harlan S.'s expression changed instantly. Danger. Immediate danger. He drew his revolver. Above them came the unmistakable scrape of heavy metal. Then a lock. A massive lock. Someone had sealed the archive. From the outside. And a moment later the smell reached them. Smoke. Fresh smoke. Rapidly thickening. Someone was trying to stop the investigation anymore. Someone intended to burn the archive. With all of them trapped inside. Smoke poured through the cracks above them. Fast. Far too fast to be accidental. Someone had prepared for this. Someone had known they would come. The realization struck all 3 at once. The archive hadn't merely been discovered. It had been bait. Harlan moved immediately. No hesitation. No panic. He crossed the chamber, examining walls, supports, ventilation shafts they kept at rapid efficiency. Elias stared upward. His face had gone pale. The words sounded small beneath the growing roar above. Because fire had already begun spreading through the old mining office. They could hear it. Wood snapping. Beams groaning. Flames feeding on decades of dry timber. Dia forced herself to think. Panic solved nothing. Jonah wouldn't panic. Neither would Harlan. So she wouldn't he either. She grabbed a lantern and moved deeper into the archive. The answer came immediately. Smoke thickened. The underground chamber began filling Verkepte at heat. Not enough to kill them yet. Enough to remind them time was running out. Dia searched the shelves. The walls. The floor. Anything unusual. Anything hidden. The archive itself suddenly looked different. Not like a storage room. Like a vault. A place designed to survive. A place designed to protect records. People who built vaults usually planned escape routes. The thought pushed her forward. Nearby, Elias coughed violently. Dia ignored him. Not because she didn't care. Because fear wasted time. Then she noticed something. A map. Not hanging on a shelf. Carved directly into the stone wall. Old. Very old. Mining tunnels. Her pulse quickened. The archive sat beneath an abandoned mining settlement, which meant underground passages might still exist. She rushed closer. The carved map displayed multiple tunnels, most marked as collapsed. Several sealed. One remained open. At least according to the engraving, and it led away from the archive, toward the eastern hillside. He crossed the room immediately. Dia pointed. For the first time since the fire started, genuine hope appeared in his eyes. His finger traced the route, then stopped. Near the bottom corner, a symbol marked the entrance. Not a doorway. A storage alcove, hidden behind shelves. Together they moved instantly. The shelves proved heavier than expected. Old oak. Loaded with records. Years of history. Years of evidence. Years of truth. Moving them felt like dragging a mountain. Smoke thickened. Heat intensified. Above them something collapsed. The impact echoed through the archive. Dust rained from the ceiling. Elias coughed again. Harder this time. They pushed harder. The shelf shifted. Then again. Finally a narrow opening appeared. Darkness beyond. A tunnel. Real. Passable. And salvation. Without wasting another second, Harlan grabbed several ledgers. The most important ones. The evidence. Dia gathered Jonas' documents. The payment records. The water rights ledger. Everything she could carry. The rest had to remain. The realization hurt. Thousands of records. Thousands. Yet there was no choice. The fire was already winning. Moments later they entered the tunnel. The darkness swallowed them immediately. The air smelled damp. Cold. Ancient. A welcome change from smoke. Behind them the archive continued burning. Ahead stretched uncertainty. But uncertainty was preferable to death. The passage sloped downward initially. Then east. Exactly as the carving suggested. The tunnel appeared old but stable. Mining supports remained intact. For now. Their lantern cast long shadows across rough stone walls. The silence felt eerie after the chaos above. No fire. No shouting. Only footsteps. Breathing. And dripping water. Then Dia stopped. Abruptly. Harlan nearly walked into her. She raised the lantern toward the wall, toward a marking scratched into the stone. A symbol. Familiar. Painfully familiar. Because she had seen it before. In Jonas' notebooks. A survey marker. His survey marker. The exact one he used when documenting locations personally. For several seconds nobody spoke. Then Harlan understood. Dia nodded slowly. Jonah had travelled this tunnel. Years ago. Perhaps repeatedly. Perhaps while investigating. The discovery transformed the passage. Suddenly it wasn't merely an escape route. It was part of the investigation. Part of Jonas' trail. Part of the truth. She moved forward more carefully, examining every surface, every marking, every clue. The tunnel gradually widened, then opened into a larger chamber. Natural stones surrounded them. Water flowed through a narrow channel cutting across the floor. Crystal clear. Cold. Mountain water. Dia stared. Then realization struck. Violently. He looked around, then toward the stream, then back at her. Understanding dawned slowly. The manipulated boundaries, the stolen creeks, the forged water rights. Everything centered on water. And here, beneath the mountains, flowed the source. The actual source. Not one stream. Several. Underground. Connected. Feeding multiple valleys. Feeding multiple ranches. Feeding multiple communities. The scale finally revealed itself. Silas Greer hadn't stolen isolated creek. He had stolen control over the entire watershed. Control over the source itself. Control over life. The discovery left them speechless. Then they noticed something else. The chamber wasn't natural. Not entirely. Several wooden platforms had been constructed near the water. Survey equipment. Measurement markers. Records. Someone had studied this location extensively. Very extensively. Dia approached one platform. The wood remained intact despite its age. A small metal box rested atop it, hidden beneath dust. Her pulse quickened. Slowly she opened it. Inside lay a notebook. The cover nearly made her collapse. Jonah S. Not one of the stolen journals. A different one. Older. Hidden here. Forgotten. Protected. She opened it immediately. The pages contained measurements. Water flow calculations. Ownership diagrams. Survey observations. Then she reached a later section. And froze. Because the handwriting changed. The precise survey notes disappeared, replaced by personal entries. Fear. Suspicion. Concern. Jonah had realized people were watching him. Following him. Monitoring his work. The final entries became increasingly urgent. Then she reached the last completed page. The date struck first. 3 days before his death. The same date mentioned in the hidden letter. The same date connected to the mysterious meeting. Dia read. Then read again. Her hands began trembling. "What is it?" Harlan asked. She looked up. The answer felt impossible. Yet there it was. Written in Jonah's own hand. Mott finally learned who CR is. The world seemed to stop. The initials. The mysterious figure. The true authority. The name hidden above Blackwell. Above Greer. Above everyone. Dia continued reading. The words blurred briefly, then sharpened, and the truth emerged. Not a businessman, not a politician, not a judge, a railroad executive. Cornelius Renshaw, one of the wealthiest men in the territory. A man whose company planned routes across multiple counties. A man who would become richer if he controlled every water source along those routes. The implications were staggering. Greer acquired land. Blackwell legalized ownership. Renshaw financed everything. The hierarchy finally made sense. The conspiracy was larger than they imagined. Far larger. Then Harlan's expression changed suddenly. Danger. Immediate danger. He pointed toward the darkness beyond the chamber. Lantern light. Not theirs. Someone else's. Approaching. Several lanterns. Several people. And moments later voices echoed through the tunnel. Armed voices. Searching voices. One of them shouted. The beam of a lantern swept across the chamber. Across the water. Across the records. Across Dia. Their pursuers had found the tunnel. And this time they weren't alone. At least 6 men were coming. Maybe more. And leading them was a figure both Dia and Harlan recognized instantly. Silas Greer himself. Silas Greer. For years Dia had imagined what she would say if she ever stood face to face with the man. None of those imagined conversations mattered now. Because Silas Greer wasn't standing in a courtroom. He was behind a desk. He was hiding behind attorneys, judges, or county paperwork. He stood 30 yards away inside a mountain tunnel with armed men at his back. And for the first time since this investigation began, the mask was gone. The respectable businessman. The successful landowner. The polished public figure. Gone. Only the predator remained. Lantern light flickered across his face. His expensive coat contrasted sharply with the rough men surrounding him. 6 armed riders. Maybe 7. All carrying rifles. All blocking the only visible route back. Silas studied the chamber. Then the records. Then Dia. Finally he smiled. The expression never reached his eyes. Mrs. Voss. The sound of her name in his mouth felt wrong. Contaminated somehow. Dia stood motionless. The notebook remained hidden beneath her coat. Harlan subtly shifted position. Not protecting her. Positioning himself for a fight. There was a difference. She appreciated that. Silas looked around the chamber slowly, almost admiringly. Nobody answered. Silas continued anyway. His gaze settled on the water flowing through the cavern. Remarkable, isn't it? The underground stream reflected lantern light like liquid silver. Silas smiled again. Dia finally spoke. The words echoed softly. Silas sighed. Not offended. Almost disappointed. As usual, people simplify complicated things. A murmur of agreement came from one of his hired men. Silas ignored it. His gaze moved across the chamber, across the records, across the water. Dia felt anger rise. Not hot anger. Cold anger. The dangerous kind. For the first time, something flickered behind Silas's eyes. Irritation. Gone instantly. The answer arrived too quickly. Too smoothly. Too prepared. Harlan apparently noticed. Because his expression darkened. Silas saw it. Then chuckled. The absurdity of the statement nearly made Dia laugh. Almost. Then Silas surprised her. His voice carried genuine conviction now. The conviction of someone who had spent years justifying his actions. The word echoed. Scattered farms. Isolated settlements. No infrastructure. No investment. His hand swept toward the water. We? Dia asked. Silas smiled thinly. There. A mistake. A small one. But real. We. Not Mott. Not me. We. Confirmation. Others existed. Others remained hidden. The conspiracy extended beyond him. Silas realized it immediately. His smile faded slightly. Too late. Dia had heard it. So had Harlan. The silence stretched. Then Silas' patience finally began cracking. There it was. The real reason he came. Not the ledgers. Not the archive. The notebook. Jonah S. notebook. Interesting. Very interesting. Dia tilted her head. The answer earned the first genuine anger she had seen from him. His jaw tightened. His eyes hardened. The polite businessman vanished completely. The words came low. Dangerous. Dia suddenly understood something. Silas wasn't afraid of the ledgers. He wasn't afraid of the archive. He wasn't even afraid of Jonah's letters. He was afraid of something inside that notebook. Something specific. Something powerful. Something he needed desperately. Which meant she would rather die than surrender it. The realization settled calmly inside her. Not dramatic. Not heroic. Just certain. Silas took a step forward. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. Water flowed through the cavern. Lanterns flickered. The mountains waited. Then Harlan broke the silence. Silas looked at him. The words landed perfectly. Because they were true. For a brief second something ugly flashed across Silas's face. Fear. Then it disappeared. But not before everyone saw it. Including his own men. A mistake. Another one. Silas' control was slipping. The chamber felt different now. The balance shifting. Subtly. Dangerously. Then an unexpected voice interrupted. One of the armed men. A broad-shouldered rider standing near the rear. Silas didn't look away from Harlan. The rider hesitated. Then pointed. Toward the notebook partially visible beneath Dia's coat. Toward Jonah's final journal. And suddenly Dia understood. The man recognized it. Not the notebook. The cover. The markings. Something. The rider swallowed visibly. Then whispered words that changed everything. Silas froze. Completely. The reaction lasted less than a second. But it was enough. Enough for Dia. Enough for Harlan. Enough for everyone. The Black Journal. Not Jonah S. notebook. The Black Journal. Specific. Known. Feared. Important. Silas slowly turned toward the rider. A terrible silence followed. The man's face went pale immediately, because he realized what he had done. He had revealed knowledge he was supposed to reveal. Knowledge connecting him directly to the conspiracy. Silas stared. The rider looked away. Too late. Far too late. Then something unexpected happened. The man lowered his rifle. Slowly. Carefully. Everyone noticed. Especially Silas. The tension became almost unbearable. "What are you doing?" Silas asked quietly. The rider swallowed. His voice trembled. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. The rider continued. Silas's expression darkened. The man tightened his grip on the rifle. The cavern suddenly felt much larger. Much more dangerous. Because this wasn't merely fear. This was resentment. Years of resentment. The kind that waited patiently. The kind that eventually erupted. The rider looked toward Dia. Then toward Harlan. Then back to Silas. And finally spoke the words everyone else had been thinking. Silence. Pure silence. Even the water seemed quieter. Silas' face hardened. "Put the rifle down, Owen." So, now they had a name. Owen. The rider didn't move. Didn't he lower the weapon? Didn't he look away? Something fundamental was breaking. Right here. Right now. Silas knew it too. Which was why his next decision came instantly. Violently. His revolver appeared almost faster than sight. The shot exploded through the cavern. Owen staggered backward. Blood spreading across his chest. The rifle fell from his hands. The betrayal lasted only a heartbeat. Then chaos erupted. Everything happened at once. Men shouted. Lanterns swung wildly. Gunfire exploded through the tunnel. Someone screamed. Someone dropped a lantern. Darkness and firelight collided. Harlan grabbed Dia's arm. They ran. Not away from the fight. Toward the deeper tunnels. Toward darkness. Toward uncertainty. Behind them the cavern descended into madness. Silas had just murdered one of his own men. And everyone else had seen it. The conspiracy wasn't merely cracking anymore. It was beginning to collapse. But as Dia followed Harlan into the darkness, one thought refused to leave her mind. The black journal. Why had Silas feared it so much? What secret inside Jonah's final notebook terrified him more than ledgers? Witnesses? Judges? Or records? The answer waited somewhere ahead. And whatever it was, Silas Greer was willing to kill everyone in the mountain to keep it hidden. The tunnel swallowed them. Darkness rushed in behind the chaos. Gunfire echoed through the mountain like rolling thunder. Shouts followed. Then another shot. Then two more. Nobody could tell who was firing anymore. The cavern behind them had become a battlefield. Harlan didn't slow. Neither did Dia. They ran through the twisting passage while lantern light bounced wildly against stone walls. Behind them, voices faded. Ahead, only darkness remained. The tunnel narrowed, then split, then narrowed again. A maze. An old mining network carved through the mountain generations earlier. The perfect place to disappear. Or die. He stopped briefly. Just long enough for Dia to pull Jonah's notebook free. The black journal. The object Silas feared more than anything else. The object that had shattered his composure. The object worth murder. Worth betrayal. Worth everything. She flipped through pages while they moved. Survey notes. Water measurements. Ownership calculations. Nothing unusual. Nothing explosive. Nothing worth the reaction she had witnessed. Then she noticed something. Page numbers. Or rather, the lack of them. The sequence jumped. Several pages were missing. Not torn. Removed carefully. Deliberately. Years ago. Her pulse quickened. Jonah hadn't hidden information inside the notebook. He had removed it. The question was where? That stopped him. Only for a moment. Then understanding dawned. The realization changed everything. Silas was hunting the notebook. He was hunting whatever had once been inside it. Whatever those missing pages contained. Whatever Jonah considered important enough to separate from the journal itself. The question became obvious. Where? Then Dia remembered something. A detail. Small. Almost forgotten. A line from Jonas' letter. The originals still exist. Raven Ass Hollow. Lower archive. Originals. Not records. Not maps. Originals. The missing pages. The answer struck like lightning. The archive. Jonah hadn't hidden the pages in the notebook. He had hidden them somewhere inside the archive. Or near it. A secondary hiding place. A backup. Exactly the sort of precaution a surveyor would take. Especially one expecting betrayal. A distant gunshot echoed behind them. Closer now. Someone was pursuing them. Maybe several people. The fight had ended. Or at least paused. Not good. Very not good. Harlan stared at her. Another gunshot echoed. Closer still. Harlan looked back down the tunnel. Then toward the notebook. Then at Dia. A difficult choice. A dangerous one. Finally he nodded. "10 minutes later they returned cautiously to the outer edge of the cavern. The gunfire had stopped. Silence filled the mountain. A terrible silence. The sort that followed violence. The sort that left consequences behind. Bodies lay scattered across the cavern floor. 3. Perhaps 4. Lanterns burnt weakly nearby. The underground stream continued flowing as though nothing had happened. Silas was gone. Most of his men were gone. The survivors had fled. Or retreated. The distinction hardly mattered. Harlan moved carefully among the fallen. Checking. Confirming. Watching. Dia headed straight for the archive chamber. The fire had damaged much of it. Smoke still lingered. Several shelves had collapsed. Yet portions remained intact. Enough. Hopefully. She searched methodically, ignoring exhaustion, ignoring fear, ignoring the smell of burned paper. Minutes passed. Nothing. Then more minutes. Still nothing. Doubt began creeping in. Perhaps she was wrong. Perhaps the missing pages were elsewhere. Her boot struck something. A hollow sound. Different from the stone around it. Dia froze. Then knelt. Carefully. The The floor beneath one shelf seemed slightly raised. Not enough for most people to notice. Enough for her. Surveyors noticed irregularities. That was what they did. She brushed away debris. A metal latch appeared. Tiny. Hidden. Her pulse exploded. Harlan crossed the room immediately. Together they lifted the concealed panel. A narrow compartment waited beneath. Inside rested an oilskin package. Dry. Protected. Intact. For several seconds nobody moved. Then Dia opened it. Pages. Exactly what she hoped. The missing pages. Jonah S. missing pages. The final pieces. The truth. She began reading. The first page contained diagrams. Complicated ones. Ownership transfers. Water diversions. Financial pathways. Connections between ranches. Railroads. Mining companies. And county offices. The second page revealed something even worse. Lists. Detailed lists. Properties targeted years before acquisition. Properties located directly along planned railroad expansion routes. Properties purchased after water access had been manipulated. Every transaction generated enormous profit. Every transaction benefited the same people. Greer. Blackwell. And Renshaw. But the third page changed everything. Completely. Dia stopped breathing. The page contained testimony. Signed testimony. Not from a victim. Not from an investigator. From a participant. One of the conspirators. A man who had helped create the scheme. A man who later tried leaving it. A man who documented everything before disappearing. The signature sat clearly at the bottom. Nathan Blackwell. Judge Blackwell's son. The room went silent. Because suddenly the corruption wasn't merely professional. It was personal. Nathan's statement detailed bribery. Fraud. Threats. Property theft. Witness intimidation. Everything. And at the very end he revealed one final truth. One devastating truth. Judge Blackwell was to protecting Renshaw. Judge Blackwell was being blackmailed by him. The revelation stunned everyone. Years earlier, Nathan had embezzled money from the railroad. Renshaw discovered it. Then weaponized it. Using the scandal to control both father and son. The corruption network hadn't started with greed. It started with leverage, with weakness, with fear. The distinction didn't excuse anything, but it explained everything. Suddenly the hierarchy made sense. Renshaw controlled Blackwell. Blackwell controlled the courts. Greer controlled acquisitions. The machine operated perfectly, until Jonah discovered it, until Nathan tried exposing it, until people started dying. Dia continued reading, then reached the final paragraph. Her hands began trembling again. Harlan stepped closer. She showed him. Nathan's final note contained a location. Specific. Detailed. Undeniable. The location of Renshaw private financial records. Not copies. Not summaries. The originals. Every payment. Every bribe. Every transaction. Enough evidence to destroy the entire operation permanently. Enough evidence to survive any courtroom challenge. Enough evidence to expose everyone. The location was the bank. Wasn't a railroad office. Wasn't even in town. It sat hidden beneath Greer's main ranch house, inside a reinforced cellar. Protected by secrecy. Protected by distance. Protected by the assumption nobody knew it existed. Until now. For several seconds neither spoke. The magnitude of the discovery settled over them. Then Harlan looked toward Dia. A question hanging silently between them. She already knew the answer. The same answer he knew. The same answer Jonah would have chosen. Harlan nodded once. No hesitation. No argument. Only certainty. Because after everything they had uncovered, there was only one move left. Take the evidence. Expose the truth. End it. Then a weak voice echoed from the cavern entrance. Everyone froze. The voice sounded familiar. Painfully familiar. They turned. A wounded figure staggered into the lantern light. Blood covered his coat. His face looked grey. Exhausted. Broken. Yet unmistakable. Dia felt her breath catch. Because the man should not have been alive. He had disappeared weeks ago. Everyone believed he was dead. Yet there he stood, barely standing, holding himself upright through sheer determination. Caleb Mercer. and the first words out of his mouth shattered everything they thought they knew. Then he collapsed. Caleb Mercer hit the cavern floor hard. Dia was already moving before he finished collapsing. She dropped beside him. Blood soaked the left side of his coat. Not fresh. Hours old. Possibly longer. His skin felt cold. Far too cold. Harlan, help me. Together they lifted him carefully. Caleb groaned. The sound proved one thing. He was alive. Barely. But alive. A nearby lantern illuminated his face. Bruised. Exhausted. Starved. A man who had survived something terrible. Dia opened his coat. The wound immediately became obvious. A bullet groove. Deep. Painful. But not fatal. The infection worried her more. The flesh surrounding the injury had become angry and red. Days old. Maybe 4. Maybe 5. Caleb had been running for a long time. Far too long. The old surveyor finally opened his eyes. For several moments he seemed confused. Then recognition returned. His expression softened briefly, then hardened again. Urgency returning. His voice cracked. Harlan crouched nearby. Caleb tried sitting up. Failed. Dia pushed him gently back down. The old man stared toward the darkness. Toward the tunnel leading out of the mountain. As though expecting someone to emerge at any moment. Finally he spoke. Silence. Then Harlan frowned. Those words landed differently. Dangerously. Because they implied movement. A timetable. An ending. Caleb swallowed painfully. Dia exchanged a glance with Harlan. 3 days. The same period everything accelerated. The archive attack. The sheriff's death. The stolen journals. The investigation was pushing them toward desperation. Now she understood why. Caleb nodded weakly. A chill passed through the chamber. Because cleaning up meant witnesses. Evidence. Loose ends. People. The realization settled heavily. Then Caleb continued. The silence that followed felt enormous. Tomorrow. Not next week. Not next month. Tomorrow. The timeline had collapsed. Everything was happening now. Dia looked at Jonas' recovered pages. The cellar. The records. The evidence. Suddenly every hour mattered. Every minute. Caleb coughed violently. Blood touched his lips. Then he whispered something else. Something worse. The world seemed to stop. Caleb closed his eyes briefly, gathering strength. No one spoke, because if the records disappeared, everything changed. The testimony helped. The ledgers helped. But the original financial books represented certainty. Proof. The final nail. Without them, Blackwell and Greer might still fall. Renshaw might not. And if Renshaw escaped, the conspiracy could simply begin again somewhere else. Another county. Another territory. Another generation. Harlan's voice remained calm. Too calm. The answer hit like a hammer. Tonight. Not tomorrow. Not later. Tonight. Caleb opened his eyes again. Pain filled them. Regret too. Dia believed him. The wound proved it. The exhaustion proved it. Everything about the old surveyor proved it. He had been fighting longer than anyone realized. Maybe even longer than Jonah. Then Caleb reached into his coat. His hand trembled badly. Eventually he produced a folded paper. A schedule. A transport schedule. Rail shipments. Wagon routes. Times. Locations. The sort of document nobody should possess. Unless they had stolen it. Or risked their life acquiring it. Dia unfolded it carefully. Her pulse quickened immediately. The records would leave Greer's ranch shortly after midnight. Loaded onto a private freight wagon. Escorted by armed riders. Delivered directly to a railroad transfer station. Then gone forever. The plan was elegant. Efficient. Almost impossible to stop legally. Almost. The key word remained almost. Because now they knew. And knowledge changed things. The old surveyor finally relaxed slightly, as though completing a duty, as though reaching the end of something. Then he looked directly at Dia. The way older men sometimes looked up mot for younger people carrying unfinished burdens. The words felt like a knife. Dia swallowed. The cavern became utterly silent. Even Harlan didn't move, because everyone understood the importance. Caleb closed his eyes briefly, then continued. Dia felt her heart pounding, every beat louder than the last. The old surveyor stared into the darkness, remembering. Tears threatened. Dia refused them. Not now. Not yet. Caleb continued. A painful smile touched the old man's face. That hurt most. Not the conspiracy. Not the corruption. Not the danger. That. For years she had wondered what Jonas' final days felt like. Now she knew. He had been afraid. Just not for himself. Caleb reached out weakly. Dia took his hand. The words settled quietly. Without drama. Without spectacle. The simple truth of them somehow made them heavier. Then the old surveyor drifted into unconsciousness. Exhaustion finally claiming him. For several moments nobody spoke. The mountain seemed to hold its breath. Then Harlan stood. The movement broke the spell. Reality returned. The clock returned. The danger returned. Tonight. The records moved tonight. Dia wiped her eyes once. Only once. Then stood as well. The grief remained. The love remained. The loss remained. But Jonas' final gift wasn't. It was purpose. Harlan studied the transport schedule. Then the tunnel map. Then the recovered testimony. A plan began forming behind his eyes. Dia recognized it immediately. Not because she could read minds. Because she had spent enough time around practical people. They all looked the same when solving impossible problems. Harlan folded the schedule. Dia frowned. His expression hardened. The idea landed instantly. Because it was brilliant. And dangerous. Very dangerous. Instead of proving corruption after the evidence moved, They would intercept the evidence before it disappeared. Take it. Protect it. Then expose everything publicly. The strategy changed the board completely. Harlan pointed toward the schedule. Then toward the map. Then toward the chamber exit. Understanding spread rapidly. The transport required secrecy. Secrecy required isolation. Isolation created vulnerability. For the first time in days, an opportunity existed. A real one. Then another realization struck Dia. The transport wouldn't merely contain records. It might contain names. Current names. People still involved. People still hidden. People nobody suspected. The thought chilled her. Because every new discovery seemed larger than the last. Caleb had warned them. Judge Blackwell was to the biggest problem. That meant someone else remained hidden. Someone still active. Someone dangerous. The question lingered heavily. Who? As if sensing the thought, Harlan looked toward the tunnel. His expression darkened. He pointed toward the testimony. Toward Nathan Blackwell's final statement. Toward a paragraph neither of them had fully examined. Dia read it again. Then froze. The words seemed impossible. Yet there they were. Written clearly. Documented. Verified. Nathan had identified a fourth conspirator. A partner. A silent investor. Someone who owned shares in the railroad operation. Someone whose name never appeared publicly. Someone nobody would suspect. Dia felt cold. Very cold. Because she knew the name. Everyone did. The last partner is Reverend Samuel Whitlock. And suddenly the most trusted man in the county became the most dangerous one. Reverend Samuel Whitlock. The name struck harder than a gunshot. For several seconds nobody spoke. Because some truths felt impossible. Judge Blackwell made sense. Silas Greer made sense. Cornelius Renshaw made sense. Power. Money. Land. Control. Those motives fit. But Reverend Whitlock, the man baptized children, buried the dead, blessed marriages, delivered sermons about honesty and sacrifice every Sunday morning. The man people trusted with their secrets. The man widows sought when grief became unbearable. The man who preached against greed. Dia read the line again. Then again, the words didn't change. Nathan Blackwell had written them himself. The last partner is Reverend Samuel Whitlock. The realization settled over the cavern like winter fog. Slowly. Heavily. Dangerously. Harlan folded the testimony. His expression remained unreadable. But Dia had spent enough time around him now. She recognized anger when she saw it. Not loud anger. Not reckless anger. The cold kind. The kind that remembered. The kind that acted. Dia looked up. Understanding arrived immediately. If Whitlock helped conceal ownership transfers, donations, land trusts, inheritances, and charitable holdings, then the church wasn't merely a place of worship. It was a laundering mechanism, a shield, a place nobody questioned, a place nobody audited, a perfect hiding place. The scale of the conspiracy grew larger again, and somehow more disgusting. Because greed was one thing. Using faith as camouflage was another. Elias broke the silence. The answer came from Harlan. Simple. Direct. Certain. The way Jonah would have liked. The way truth demanded. Night settled over the mountains. The freight schedule remained spread across a crate. Lantern light illuminated every detail. Every route. Every timing note. Every checkpoint. The transport would leave Greer S Ranch shortly after midnight. 4 wagons. 8 riders. 1 locked cargo compartment. Officially, the shipment contained railroad contracts. In reality, it carried the evidence. The evidence capable of destroying everyone involved. Dia studied the route, then smiled slightly. Harlan noticed. She pointed. Understanding appeared immediately. The bridge. A narrow crossing over Blackstone Gorge. The only place where the wagons would be forced to slow. The only place where terrain favoured defenders. The only place where they could intercept the shipment without risking innocent lives. The plan formed quickly after that. Not because it was perfect. Because there was no time for perfection. Only action. Only truth. Only one final chance. Just after midnight they reached the bridge. Snow drifted through the darkness. The gorge below disappeared into blackness. The mountains seemed to hold their breath. Waiting. Dia crouched behind a rock outcropping. The recovered documents rested safely beside her. The ledgers. The testimony. The journals. Everything. Harlan waited nearby. Rifle ready. Eyes fixed on the road. No one spoke. Then they heard it. Wagon wheels. Approaching. Slowly. Exactly on schedule. Lanterns appeared first. Then horses. Then riders. The transport. The final piece. Dia counted. 1, 2, 3, 4 wagons. 8 armed escorts. Exactly as Caleb predicted. At the centre rode Silas Greer, personally supervising the shipment. Fear. Again. That told her everything. Silas was protecting cargo. He was protecting his future. The convoy reached the bridge. Then stopped. Not because they saw anyone. Because the bridge itself had changed. The centre section was blocked. Not destroyed. Blocked. Several fallen timbers lay across the crossing. A simple obstacle. A practical obstacle. The sort that required men to dismount. The sort that forced delays. The sort that created opportunities. Silas cursed immediately. The riders began moving forward. Exactly as expected. Then Harlan stepped from the darkness. Alone. Calm. Unmoving. The sight stunned everyone, including Silas. For a moment nobody spoke. Wind swept across the gorge. Snow drifted through lantern light. Then Harlan spoke. 3 words. Only 3. Silence. Then laughter. Several riders laughed. Silas laughed too. The sound carried confidence. But Dia saw it. The nervousness beneath. The uncertainty. The fear. Because deep down he knew. The game was ending. The answer echoed across the bridge. Harlan nodded once, as though expecting it. Then another voice emerged from the darkness. Then another. Then another. People stepped forward. Ranchers. Farmers. miners, families, dozens of them, men and women whose land had been stolen, whose water had vanished, whose futures had been manipulated, people Sheriff Dalton once protected, people Jonah tried to help, people who finally knew the truth. Silas' confidence cracked visibly, because this wasn't an ambush. It was a reckoning, and it was to merely Harlan. It was the county itself. The riders exchanged uncertain glances. Several lowered their weapons. Then one removed his hat. Then another. Then another. Because everyone had heard about Owen. Everyone had heard about the sheriff. Everyone had heard enough. The conspiracy's greatest weapon had always been silence. Now silence was gone. Silas looked around. Desperate. Calculating. Searching for control. Finding none. Then he made his final mistake. He drew his revolver. The movement happened quickly. Too quickly. Several riders recoiled. One horse reared. Someone shouted. The shot rang out. Chaos threatened. Then stopped. Because Harlan fired first. One shot. One. Silas' revolver flew from his hand, clattering across the bridge. The world went silent. Again. Silas stared at his empty hand, at the dozens of witnesses, at the men abandoning him, at the families watching, and finally understood. He had lost. Not because someone outgunned him. Not because someone outsmarted him. Because truth arrived. And too many people saw it. The wagon was opened. The records were found. Every ledger. Every payment. Every signature. Everything. By dawn the evidence filled tables inside the county courthouse. By noon Nathan Blackwell's testimony became public. By evening Reverend Whitlock confessed. Not out of courage. Out of inevitability. The machine collapsed. Piece by piece. Name by name. Lie by lie. Judge Blackwell resigned. Then surrendered. Renshaw was arrested before reaching the territorial border. Greer spent the remainder of his life behind bars. And for the first time in decades, the county belonged to its people again. Spring arrived slowly. The mountains softened. Snow retreated. Streams swelled. Grass returned. Life continued. As it always did. The stolen ranches were restored. Water rights returned. Families reclaimed land they thought was lost forever. The process took months. But it happened. Justice rarely moved quickly. It moved. That was enough. Dia stood beside the old cabin one warm afternoon. The same cabin that once carried a seizure notice. The same cabin someone ransacked. The same cabin where everything began. Except now it looked different. The roof had been repaired. The chimney rebuilt. The garden thriving. Home. A real home. Behind her came the sound of boots. Steady. Familiar. She didn't need to turn. He stopped beside her, looking toward the valley. Neither spoke for a while. The silence felt comfortable now. Earned. Like everything else. Finally Harlan handed her a folded document. She opened it. Property records. Official. Certified. Permanent. The Voss family ranch. Restored. Legally. Completely. Dia stared. For a moment words failed. Then she looked up. Harlan's voice remained quiet. The answer carried more weight than any declaration. Because it was true. Dia had uncovered the markers. Found the records. Followed the evidence. Chosen truth again and again when fear would have been easier. She had never needed saving. Only trust. Only partnership. Only someone willing to stand beside her. The realization warmed something deep inside. Harlan looked toward the mountains. Then back at her. Dia smiled slightly. For the first time since she met him, Harlan laughed. A real laugh. Short. Warm. Human. Then he hesitated. A rare thing. Very rare. And suddenly she understood. Not because of words. Because of everything that came before. The work. The trust. The danger. The quiet meals. The long rides. The shared grief. The respect. The partnership. All of it. Home had arrived long before either of them noticed. Dia reached for his hand. Not dramatically. Not nervously. Simply because it felt right. Harlan looked down, then gently closed his fingers around hers. The mountains stretched beyond them. Green now. Alive. Free. A hawk circled high above the valley. The creek sparkled beneath the afternoon sun. And for the first time in many years, nothing needed fixing. Nothing needed proving. Nothing needed chasing. The land was theirs. The truth was known. The dead had been honoured. The living had been restored. And as the wind moved softly through the grass, Dia looked toward the horizon and thought about the notice once nailed to her door. Property subject to forfeiture. How wrong those words had been. Because some things could never be taken. Not courage. Not dignity. Not love earned honestly. Not home. And beneath the endless western sky, surrounded by restored land and the promise of tomorrow, Dia Voss finally understood what Jonah had been protecting all along. Not evidence. Not gold. Not water. People. The people who would someday call this place home. And now, at last, they could.